Howdy, partners, and welcome to tonight's tale from the untamed frontiers of the American West. As the evening sun sets over distant mountains, we invite you to lay down your weary head and drift into the mysterious world of Red Dead Redemption. Each night, we'll share different tales from these wild lands, where outlaws and legends still roam free. And when our story ends, the gentle sounds of the frontier, crackling campfires, distant coyotes, rustling prairie grass, and the soft whisper of the wind will carry you into peaceful dreams beneath the star-filled western sky, with no advertisements to disturb your slumber. Now, saddle up, partner, and let's mosey on down to tonight's tale. John Marston's back ached from a long day of honest labor, something he was still getting used to after years of living by the gun. He paused in his fence mending to wipe sweat from his brow, surveying the modest ranch that had become home these past few months. The setting sun painted the surrounding grasslands in hues of gold and amber, while cattle grazed peacefully in the distance. The Willow Creek Ranch wasn't much compared to some of the larger spreads in the territory, but Thomas Parker, the owner, had taken a chance on John despite the obvious signs of his outlaw past. The scars across John's face told their own story, as did the way he carried himself, always alert, always checking exits and cover, habits that couldn't be unlearned even when trying to walk an honest path. "Papa!" Jack's voice carried across the yard as the 4-year-old ran toward him, a piece of paper clutched in his small hand. "Look what I drew!" John set down his tools and knelt to examine his son's artwork, a crude but enthusiastic rendering of horses in a pasture. "That's real fine, Jack. You've got a good eye." The simple interaction still felt awkward to John. He'd spent the first years of Jack's life keeping his distance, uncomfortable with fatherhood and the responsibility it represented. But here, trying to build something legitimate, he was making an effort to be the father Jack deserved. "John?" Abigail's call from the direction of their small cabin carried a note of urgency that immediately put him on alert. "Riders coming." He straightened quickly, eyes scanning the horizon. 3 horsemen approached from the east, their manner suggesting purpose rather than casual travel. John's hand moved instinctively toward his hip before remembering he'd taken to leaving his gun belt hanging by the door, a conscious choice representing his commitment to a new life. "Jack, go to your mother," John instructed, keeping his voice calm despite the tension suddenly thrumming through his body. The boy ran back toward the cabin, where Abigail stood watching the approaching riders with evident concern. The men drew closer, and John's unease grew. They carried themselves like professionals, guns worn for use rather than show, horses well maintained. The lead rider scanning surroundings with tactical awareness that spoke of experience. These weren't random drifters. "John Marston," the leader called as they reined up a respectful distance away. He was an older man with graying hair and a neatly trimmed moustache, his weathered face suggesting years spent in the saddle. "Name's Marcus Burke. We need to talk." "Don't know you," John replied carefully, maintaining casual posture while assessing tactical options, should the situation turn violent. "No, but I know all about you," Burke responded with a thin smile. "Vandalin gang, bank jobs from New Austin to Amberino. Got quite a price on your head in several territories." John's muscles tensed, though he kept his voice steady. "That's old business. I'm Ranchhand now, trying to make an honest living." "Admirable," Burke acknowledged without sincerity. "But you still owe a debt. Man named Ross is willing to pay handsomely to have you brought in. Says you've got information he needs about Dutch Vanderlind." The name sent a chill through John. He'd heard rumors about Ross, a government agent obsessed with hunting down the remnants of Dutchy's gang, known for using whatever methods necessary to achieve his goals. Got nothing to tell him, John stated flatly. Haven't seen Dutch in months. Burke shrugged slightly. That's between you and Ross. My concern is the bounty. $2,500 is hard to ignore. I've got a family, John said, gesturing toward the cabin where Abigail stood with Jack held protectively behind her skirts. A job, people depending on me. Then you shouldn't have run with outlaws, Burke replied without sympathy. You've got till sundown tomorrow to turn yourself in. After that, he glanced meaningfully toward the ranch buildings. Well, accidents happen. Barns catch fire, cattle scatter. Be a shame if your new employers suffered for your stubbornness. The threat hung in the air between them. John's fingers itched for his revolver, but he forced them still. 3 against 1 were poor odds, especially with his family potentially caught in the crossfire. You're threatening innocent people, John growled, anger bleeding into his voice despite efforts to maintain calm. Folk who've got nothing to do with my past. These chose to harbor a wanted man, Burke countered. Makes them complicit. Sundown tomorrow, Marston. Don't make this messier than it needs to be. The riders departed without further discussion, leaving John standing in the yard with mounting dread. He'd known his past might eventually catch up with him, but he'd hoped for more time. Time to build something solid, to prove to Abigail he could change, to give Jack a chance at a different life than his father had lived. Abigail approached as the riders disappeared over a distant rise, her expression a complex mixture of concern and something else. Disappointment, perhaps, or resignation. She'd seen this scenario play out before. What are we going to do? She asked quietly. I don't know, John admitted, but I won't let them hurt you or Jack. Or the Parkers. They've been good to us. By fighting, killing. Abigail's voice held an edge. That's not the life we came here to build, John. Before he could respond, the sound of approaching hoofbeats announced Thomas Parker's return from town. The ranch owner took in the tension, evident in their postures, reining his horse to a stop, with concern etching his weathered features. Everything all right? He inquired, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. Need to talk to you, Mr. Parker, John said grimly, about my past, and trouble that's followed me here. Parker dismounted slowly, his movements deliberate as he processed John's words. Best come inside then. Some conversations need whiskey. In Parker's kitchen, John laid out the situation honestly. His history with Dutch's gang, the bounty on his head, Burke's threats against the ranch. The older man listened without interruption, occasionally sipping from a glass of amber liquid as John's story unfolded. Knew you had a past when I hired you, Parker said finally. Way you carry yourself, those scars. Man learns to read such signs out here. Question is, what kind of man are you now? Trying to be better, John replied with painful honesty. For them, he gestured toward the window where Abigail could be seen hanging laundry, Jack playing nearby with wooden horses Parker had carved for him. But I won't let Burke hurt innocent people because of my mistakes. Parker nodded thoughtfully. Hired guns like Burke, they operate on fear. Expect folks to cave rather than risk violence. He studied John with shrewd assessment. But you're not afraid of the violence, are you? You're afraid of returning to it. Afraid it'll cost you what you're building here. The observation struck uncomfortably close to truth. John had spent months trying to distance himself from his violent past, trying to prove to Abigail and himself that he could be more than a killer. Taking up arms again, even in defense of family and home, felt like stepping backward. I made promises, John said quietly, to Abigail, to myself, about being different. Sometimes keeping one promise means breaking another, Parker observed. Question is, which carries more weight? Your promise to avoid violence or your promise to protect those depending on you? The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Mike Thompson, Parker's foreman, riding hard into the yard. The man's expression suggested urgent news. Burke's crew just paid a visit to the Williams place, Thompson reported grimly. Broke some fences, scattered half their herd. Said it was a warning, showing what happens to folks who harbor fugitives. John's jaw tightened. The Williams Ranch bordered Parker's property to the north. Good people who'd shown kindness to his family. The thought of them suffering for his presence filled him with cold fury. I should leave, he stated, the words bitter in his mouth. Draw Burke away from here before anyone else gets hurt. And go where? Parker challenged. Keep running while men like Burke hunt you? While your boy grows up without a father? He shook his head firmly. No. Sometimes a man has to make a stand. Question is whether he stands alone. Thompson cleared his throat meaningfully. Ranchhand's been talking. After what happened to Williams, they're willing to help if you'll have them. The offer surprised John. He'd worked alongside these men for months, but maintained careful distance, unwilling to draw them into his complicated past. Now they were volunteering to risk themselves in his defense. Can't ask that of them, John protested. This isn't their fight. Man threatens one ranch in these parts, he threatens all of us. Thompson replied simply. Burke needs learning that lesson. As evening approached, John found himself on the porch of their small cabin, watching Jack play in the yard while Abigail prepared dinner inside. The domestic scene felt precious and fragile, everything he'd never known he wanted, until it was nearly too late. You're going to fight, Abigail said quietly, joining him on the porch. It wasn't a question. Not if there's another way, John replied, though they both knew options were limited. But I won't run again. Won't have Jack growing up on the road, looking over his shoulder. Abigail was silent for a long moment, watching their son arrange his wooden horses in complex scenarios only he understood. I wanted you to change, she said finally, to be something different than what Dutch made you, but maybe there's a difference between fighting for greed and fighting for family. The observation eased something in John's chest, a tension he'd been carrying since Burke's arrival. Abigail's blessing didn't solve their problems, but it helped clarify his path forward. That night, after Jack was asleep, John retrieved his gun belt from its hook by the door. The familiar weight settled across his hips with uncomfortable ease, like greeting an old friend he'd hoped never to see again. He cleaned and checked his revolver with practiced motions, muscle memory untarnished by months of disuse. The next morning brought preparation. Parker's ranch hands, 8 men he'd worked beside these past months, gathered in the barn to discuss strategy. John found himself automatically falling into the role of tactical advisor, drawing on years of experience he'd been trying to forget. Burke's got 3 men with him now, John explained, sketching a rough map in the dirt floor, but he'll bring more for the actual attack, probably hit at dusk when sun's in our eyes coming from the west. How many you figure? Thompson asked. 6, maybe 8. Any more draws too much attention. John indicated key positions around the ranch buildings. We position shooters here, here, and here. Create crossfire when they come in. Important thing is protecting the house and barn. Hard to burn buildings when you're taking fire from multiple directions. The men absorbed his instructions with grim focus. These weren't gunmen by nature, but they were frontier people accustomed to defending their own when necessary. John felt simultaneous gratitude for their support and guilt for bringing violence to their doorstep. Through the day, they made preparations, positioning ammunition and water at key points, establishing signals, ensuring horses were ready if quick movement became necessary. John noticed Parker working methodically, boarding up ground floor windows and moving valuable equipment into the stone-walled root cellar. Mid-afternoon brought unexpected reinforcement in the form of Jamie Williams, eldest son of the neighboring rancher whose property Burke's men had damaged. The young man arrived leading 3 horses, each ridden by a determined-looking ranch hand. "Pa said to tell you Willow Creek's fight is our fight," Jamie announced simply. These men volunteered. The arrival shifted tactical calculations favorably. With 12 defenders instead of 8, they could better cover approaches to the ranch buildings. John adjusted assignments accordingly, noting how naturally he fell back into planning violence, despite months spent trying to leave that life behind. At his insistence, Abigail took Jack to the relative safety of Parker's house, where the thick stone walls offered better protection than their wooden cabin. John's goodbye to his son felt heavy with significance. Possible last moments carried extra weight when you'd wasted so many previous opportunities. "You coming back, Pa?" Jack asked with child's directness. John knelt to meet his son's eyes. "Planning to. Got lots more fences need mending." The boy nodded solemnly, accepting this answer with trust that made John's chest ache. He had to survive this confrontation, had to prove that trust warranted. Sunset approached with agonizing slowness. John positioned himself behind stacked hay bales, offering clear view of the main approach while providing solid cover. His revolver rested naturally in his hand, familiar weight a reminder of skills he'd hoped to leave behind. Movement on the horizon drew his attention, riders approaching from the east, more than expected. John counted at least 10 men spread in loose formation, suggesting military or law enforcement training. Burke was taking no chances. "Remember," John called quietly to nearby defenders, "let them get close before opening fire. We want them committed to the approach." The riders advanced steadily, Burke's voice carrying clearly across the evening air. "Last chance, Marston. Come out now, nobody needs to get hurt." John remained silent, watching through a gap between hay bales as the distance closed. At 30 yards, riders would be committed to their attack run while still in effective range for accurate fire from defended positions. 25 yards. 20. The first shot came from Thompson's position, dropping a rider on the left flank. All pretense of negotiation vanished as Burke's men returned fire, bullets thudding into hay bales and wooden walls while defenders responded from multiple positions. John's first shot caught a rider in the shoulder, sending him tumbling from his saddle. His second took down a horse, creating obstacle that disrupted the attacker's formation. Years of gunfighting experience took over. Target selection, shot timing, efficient movement between firing positions. Burke's men were professionals, quickly adapting to unexpected resistance by seeking cover while maintaining steady fire toward defended positions. But the ranch's layout worked against them. Too much open ground to cross, too many angles to cover simultaneously. A cry of pain from his left drew John's attention, Jamie Williams clutching his arm where a bullet had creased it. The young man maintained his position despite the injury, returning fire with his offhand. "Fall back to secondary position," John ordered, providing covering fire while Jamie withdrew to better cover. The defense had been designed with flexibility, multiple fallback points, allowing controlled withdrawal if initial positions became untenable. The battle settled into rhythm of shot and countershot, neither side able to gain decisive advantage. Burke's men couldn't advance without exposing themselves to devastating crossfire, while defenders remained pinned by accurate return fire. Then John spotted movement that changed everything. 2 riders circling wide to approach the house from behind, likely planning to start fires that would force defenders to abandon their positions. The tactic was predictable but effective. "Thompson," John called, "cover me." Without waiting for acknowledgement, he broke from cover and ran toward the house. Thompson's steady fire forcing Burke's men to duck behind cover rather than take careful aim at the moving target. John's lungs burned as he pushed himself, acutely aware of his vulnerability during the exposed sprint. He reached the house's corner just as the flanking riders approached the rear wall. His first shot caught the closest man in the chest, killing him instantly. The second rider managed to return fire, bullets splintering wood inches from John's head before a shot from the house dropped him. John glanced up to see Abigail at an upstairs window, rifle in hand. Their eyes met briefly, understanding passing between them about necessity and compromise, about protecting what mattered most. The failed flanking attempt marked a turning point in the battle. With 4 men down and no prospect of quick victory, Burke's remaining forces began steady withdrawal while maintaining covering fire. John let them go. Pursuit would just create opportunities for ambush, while leaving the ranch vulnerable. As gunfire faded into evening silence, John began checking defenders. Mostly minor injuries: Jamie's creased arm, Thompson's bullet graze along his ribs, a Ranchhand's sprained ankle from diving for cover. No one dead, thanks to preparation and solid defensive positions. He found Burke lying wounded behind an overturned wagon, gut shot, fatal but slow. The older man looked up at John's approach, pain evident beneath professional composure. "Didn't expect such resistance," Burke managed. "Thought you'd run." "Done running," John replied simply. "Got too much worth protecting." Burke nodded slightly, understanding in his fading eyes. Ross won't stop. Man's obsessed with Dutch, with ending the Old West. "Let him come," John said with quiet certainty. "I'll deal with that when it happens." Burke's eyes lost focus, a final breath escaping as his body went slack. John stood slowly, feeling the weight of what had happened. The violence he'd hoped to leave behind. The lives ended defending his chance at a new beginning. "John?" Abigail's voice drew his attention toward the house. She stood on the porch, rifle still in hand, Jack peeking cautiously from behind her skirts. He moved toward them, suddenly aware of aches and bruises from the fight, of powder burns on his hands from sustained firing. The familiar sensations brought memories he'd been trying to forget, other battles, other deaths that had seemed necessary at the time. "It's over," he said simply, though they all knew this was only a temporary reprieve. Ross would send others, or come himself. The past wasn't done with John Marston yet. Parker approached, his own rifle cradled with the ease of someone who'd spent a lifetime on the frontier. "Need to clear this mess before dark. Send word to the sheriff, make sure our side of things is heard first." John nodded agreement. Legal authorities would need convincing that hired guns had attacked peaceful ranchers rather than seeing another outlaw shootout. Evidence needed preserving, stories aligned among witnesses. The ranch hands set about necessary tasks with grim efficiency, tending wounded, gathering weapons dropped by Burke's men, beginning repairs to damaged buildings. John noticed how they moved with newfound respect toward him, appreciation for the tactical guidance that had prevented more serious casualties. Later that night, after Jack was asleep and initial cleanup complete, John sat with Parker on the ranch house porch. The older man passed a bottle of whiskey that had survived the day's violence, neither speaking for several minutes. "What happens now?" Parker finally asked. John took a slow drink before responding. "Ross won't stop. Man's built his reputation hunting down remnants of Dutch's gang. Won't let me go now he knows where I am." "You're welcome to stay," Parker offered. "Ranch can use a man with your skills, and not just with a gun. Seen how you handle horses, work cattle, got a real feel for it." The offer touched John deeply. After years of running, of temporary camps and rushed departures, the thought of permanence pulled at something in his chest, but reality wasn't so simple. "Appreciate that," he replied carefully, "but can't risk bringing more trouble to your door. You and your men shed blood defending my family today. That's a debt I can't repay by putting you in more danger." Parker nodded slowly, understanding in his weathered features. "Where will you go?" "South, maybe. Mexico. Past the border where Ross's authority doesn't reach." John gestured toward the dark horizon. "Find somewhere quieter, if such a place exists." "Running again," Parker observed without judgment. "Moving on," John corrected. "Difference is, this time I'm choosing it, protecting people who've helped us, rather than just saving my own skin." They shared the bottle in companionable silence, each man lost in thought. Finally, Parker spoke again, his voice carrying the weight of experience. "Man's past never really leaves him," he said quietly, "but it doesn't have to define his future. You proved that today, fighting to protect rather than just to survive. That means something." The observation eased something in John's chest, a tension he'd been carrying since Burke's arrival. Today's violence had been necessary, unavoidable given the circumstances, but it hadn't erased months of honest work, of trying to be better for his family. "Think Abigail understands that?" he asked, voicing the concern that had been gnawing at him. Parker smiled slightly. "Saw her at that upstairs window with a rifle. Think she understands more than you give her credit for. Woman like that, she didn't fall for a rancher. She fell for a man who'd fight for what matters." Dawn found John in the barn, saddling horses for the journey ahead. He'd spent half the night planning with Abigail, routes south, supplies needed, arrangements for what little they'd accumulated during their time at Willow Creek. "Going somewhere?" John turned to find Jamie Williams in the barn doorway, arm properly bandaged now but still carried in a sling. "Got to," John replied simply. "Man like Ross, he'll send more guns. Next time might be worse." Jamie nodded understanding. "Pa wanted me to give you this." He held out a small leather pouch that clinked with the unmistakable sound of coins. "Said it's wages owed plus extra for defending the valley." John started to protest, but Jamie cut him off. "Take it, you'll need it on the road. And," he hesitated briefly, "thank you for teaching us to fight back. Valley's been under men like Burke's thumb too long. Time folks remembered how to stand together." The gratitude caught John off guard. He'd been focused on his own situation, on protecting his family. The realization that his actions had helped others find their strength was unexpected, but warming. Abigail appeared in the doorway, Jack's small hand held in hers. "We about ready?" John nodded, securing final straps on their packed horses. "Sun's coming up. Best put some miles behind us before Burke's men are missed." They said goodbyes quickly. Lingering would only make it harder. Parker clasped John's hand firmly, pulled him into brief embrace that conveyed more than words could have. The ranch hands gathered to see them off, each offering quiet words of gratitude or good wishes. As they rode away from Willow Creek, John found himself looking back until the ranch buildings disappeared behind a distant rise. For a few months they'd found something close to peace there. The taste of it would stay with him, driving him to keep searching for that elusive normal life that seemed to stay just beyond reach. "You did right by them," Abigail said quietly, reading his expression. "Helped them stand up to men like Burke. That's worth something." John reached across the space between their horses, took her hand briefly. "Thank you for understanding, for standing with me." "Always have," she replied with a small smile. "Even when you didn't deserve it. Maybe especially then." Jack rode between them on his pony, chattering excitedly about the adventure ahead. To him, this was just another journey, another chance to see new places. His innocence was something John desperately wanted to preserve, even while knowing the world would eventually intrude. They rode south through the morning, following lesser-used trails to avoid main roads where news of Burke's demise might have spread. John kept careful watch for pursuit, though he suspected Ross would need time to learn of his agent's failure and organize a new effort. Around midday, they paused to rest the horses near a small stream. While Jack played at the water's edge under Abigail's watchful eye, John found himself writing in the journal she'd given him months ago, an attempt to record his thoughts, to make sense of the path that had led him here. "Finally understood something today. Been trying to break clean from my past like snapping chains all at once. But maybe it ain't that simple. Maybe the real change comes slower, choosing different paths when they appear, fighting for right reasons instead of wrong ones. Burke forced my hand, made me take up guns again, but it wasn't the same as before. Wasn't fighting for Dutch streams or my own greed, was fighting for family, for good people who'd helped us. Maybe that's what separating from the past really means. Not never fighting again, but choosing better causes to fight for. Abigail sees it, I think. Saw it in her eyes last night. She never wanted me soft, just wanted me righteous. Wanted me fighting for something worth the blood spilled, taking a stand at Willow Creek, helping those folks stand up to men like Burke. That was righteous. Don't know what's waiting in Mexico. Ross won't forget about me, about what I know regarding Dutch and the gang. Man like that, he'll keep hunting as long as his badge gives him authority. But for now, we're together, heading towards something instead of just running from something. Maybe that's all a man can really ask for, chance to choose his own path, make his own peace with the violence in his nature, not breaking the chains completely, but choosing which ones to keep and which to leave behind. He closed the journal as Abigail approached, her expression suggesting she'd been watching him write. She settled beside him on the grass, their shoulders touching lightly. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. John gestured toward Jack, still happily engaged in some imaginary game involving sticks and stones by the stream. "Thinking about him, about the life we want him to have, whether we're doing right by him, staying on the move like this." "We're together," Abigail replied simply. "That's what he needs most. Rest will sort itself out." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching their son play. Finally, John voiced the question that had been nagging at him since their departure from Willow Creek. "Do you regret it, coming with me when I left the gang? Could have had a more stable life, stayed in one place." Abigail considered this carefully before responding. "Stable ain't always better. Those folks at Willow Creek, they had stable until Burke came. Sometimes a man who knows how to fight, knows how to stand up to evil, sometimes that's worth more than stability." The answer surprised him, though perhaps it shouldn't have. Abigail had never been one for simple solutions or easy answers. She saw the world's complexity and accepted it, even while pushing him to be better within it. Still, she continued with a small smile, wouldn't mind finding somewhere to settle eventually. Somewhere Jack can go to school, have other children to play with. Doesn't have to be now, but something to work toward. John nodded, understanding her meaning. Not an end to their journey, but a destination to guide it. A goal beyond simple survival or escape. They resumed their journey south, following the sun toward the Mexican border and whatever waited beyond. John rode slightly ahead, watching for signs of pursuit or danger, while Abigail kept Jack engaged with stories and simple games to pass the time. As afternoon shadows lengthened, John found himself reflecting on Parker's words from the night before, about a man's past never truly leaving him, but not having to define his future. He'd spent months trying to completely separate from his outlaw life, thinking reform meant rejecting everything he'd been. But maybe the truth was more complicated. Maybe real change meant taking the skills he'd learned, the strength he'd developed, and using them for better purposes. Standing against men like Burke instead of being one of them, fighting to protect rather than to take. The road ahead was uncertain, but John felt clearer about his path than he had in months. He wasn't just running anymore. He was choosing to protect his family, to find a place where they could build something worth having, and if that meant occasionally using the violent skills of his past to defend that future, well, perhaps that was its own kind of redemption. As the sun set behind them, John Marston rode toward a horizon that promised nothing but offered everything. A chance to choose his own way, to be the man his family needed, to find peace without completely denying the warrior he'd always been. The chains of his past weren't fully broken, but they no longer bound him to a path he hadn't chosen. And for now, that was enough. The setting sun painted long shadows across the canyon walls as John Marston guided his horse along a nearly forgotten trail. Weathered rock formations towered above him like ancient sentinels, their red-orange hues deepening in the fading light. The path ahead grew increasingly familiar, stirring memories he tried his best to leave buried in the past. "Easy there, boy," John murmured to his mount as loose stones clattered down the steep incline. The horse's ears flicked nervously, sensing its rider's growing tension. These narrow canyon passages held too many places for ambush, too many blind corners. Old instincts died hard, even after years of trying to live an honest life. The trail widened slightly as it curved around a massive boulder, revealing a sight that stopped John cold. There, nestled against the canyon wall, stood a weathered cabin he'd never expected to see again. Time and the elements had taken their toll. The roof sagged dangerously. Windows gaped empty like dead eyes, and desert vegetation crept through cracks in the wooden walls. But it was undeniably the same hideout the Vanderlyn gang had used during that scorching summer of '94. John dismounted slowly, eyes scanning the surrounding terrain out of habit. The cabin appeared long abandoned, yet something about its presence made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. This place held memories, some worth keeping, others best left to fade like the sun-bleached wood of the building's exterior. As he approached the cabin's warped front door, John's spurs rang hollow against weathered planks. The sound echoed off canyon walls, amplifying the overwhelming sense of solitude. He'd meant to pass through these lands quickly, avoiding old haunts that might stir up the past. But now that he stood before this particular ghost, John found himself unable to simply ride on. The door protested with a harsh creak as he pushed it open, sending dust motes dancing in the last rays of sunlight that penetrated the gloom. The cabin's interior lay in disarray. Overturned furniture, broken bottles, and years of accumulated debris scattered across rotting floorboards. Yet beneath the chaos, John could still trace the outline of their temporary home from all those years ago. There, the rickety table where Dutch would spread maps, planning their next score while Hosea offered measured counsel. The corner where Arthur had maintained their weapons with methodical care. The stone fireplace where Bill and Javier would trade stories late into the night, their laughter echoing off canyon walls. Christ, John muttered, running a hand over his scarred face. Should have just kept riding. But even as the thought formed, his eyes caught something out of place among the debris. Partially concealed beneath a fallen beam lay a leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed but largely intact. John retrieved it carefully, recognition dawning as he examined the familiar handwriting within. Dutch's private journal, the one he'd always kept close, recording his grand plans and philosophical musings. The gang had assumed it lost during their hasty departure from this hideout, when a rival outfit had forced them to flee with little warning. John settled onto a relatively stable crate, letting the journal fall open to a random page. Dutch's flowing script filled the margins with familiar grandiosity. The Blackwater job promises unprecedented rewards if we can secure the necessary intelligence. Our informant speaks of a treasure beyond mere banknotes, Spanish gold, secreted away in these territories by those who first claimed this land. The maps alone are worth a small fortune, but the true prize lies in what they reveal. With such resources, we could finally establish the sanctuary I've long envisioned for our family. John's hands tightened on the weathered leather cover. He remembered Dutch's obsession with those Spanish treasure maps, how it had consumed him in the weeks before everything went wrong in Blackwater. But the gang had never learned the map's location before it all fell apart. As he turned more pages, detailed notes and half-formed plans emerged. Dutch had been closer to the treasure's location than anyone realized. His research pointed to an abandoned mining complex in the northern canyons, a maze of tunnels and caves that would make the perfect hiding place for centuries-old gold. The sound of approaching horses snapped John from his reading, multiple riders moving fast along the canyon trail. He tucked the journal inside his coat and drew his revolver in one fluid motion, years of instinct taking over as he moved to the window. 4 riders appeared around the bend, well armed and moving with purpose. Their leader, a lean man with a distinctive silver-handled revolver, reined his horse to a stop as he spotted John's mount. "Well now," the man called out, voice carrying easily in the still evening air. "Seems we ain't the first to pick up this particular trail." He gestured casually to his companions. "Check the cabin. Our friend there might have found something interesting." John's mind raced through options as boots hit dirt outside. These weren't random bandits. They'd come looking for something specific. The same something he'd just discovered in Dutch's journal. "Cabin's occupied," John shouted through the window. "Best ride on, friend." The leader laughed, but there was no warmth in it. "Name's Wade Calloway, and I'm afraid riding on isn't an option. That journal you're holding belonged to Dutch van der Linde. Been tracking it for months, following rumors and paying for information. So, why don't you come on out, nice and easy?" The name struck John like a physical blow. Calloway. He'd heard Dutch mention that name years ago. Another outlaw leader who'd competed for territory in scores. Bad blood between them, though John had never learned the full story. "Don't recall the journal having your name on it," John replied, measuring distances and angles as Calloway's men spread out around the cabin. "Cute," Calloway drawled. But I know who you are too, John Marston. Former Vanderlyn boy turned farmer. Story is, you're trying to go straight, build an honest life. There was mockery in his tone. Be a shame if trouble found its way to that pretty little ranch of yours. The threat to his family sparked something dangerous in John's chest. Make threats against my home, you'd best be ready to back them up. Oh, I back up everything I say, Calloway assured him. But I'm a reasonable man. Give me the journal, tell me what you've learned, and we all ride away happy. Fight me on this, and well, he left the implications hanging. John's finger tightened on his trigger. 4 against 1, bad odds, but he'd faced worse. The cabin offered decent cover, and in the growing darkness, a memory surfaced unbidden, Arthur's voice from years ago. Sometimes living to fight another day is the smart play, John. Ain't no shame in it. Making his decision, John holstered his revolver. All right, he called out, coming out, but any of your boys get twitchy with their triggers, this ends badly for everyone. He emerged slowly, hands raised into the purple twilight. Calloway's men kept their weapons trained on him as their leader dismounted gracefully. The journal, Calloway prompted, extending his hand. John retrieved it slowly from his coat, mind working furiously. He couldn't let them have Dutch's research, not with the threats against his family still hanging in the air, but neither could he take on 4 gunmen in the open. As he held out the journal, John's boot caught a loose stone. He stumbled deliberately, the journal slipping from his fingers to land in the dust. The moment Calloway's attention shifted downward, John exploded into action. His first punch caught Calloway square in the jaw, sending the man staggering. John snatched the journal from the ground and dove behind a boulder as gunfire erupted. Bullets sparked off stone as he scrambled for better cover, drawing his own weapon to return fire. The exchange was brief but intense. John dropped one of Calloway's men with a shot to the shoulder, bought himself precious seconds as the others sought cover. Those seconds were all he needed to reach his horse, swinging into the saddle as more bullets kicked up dust around him. "Don't kill him!" Calloway's voice rang out, rage evident even over the gunfire. "Don't let him reach the canyon trails!" John spurred his horse hard, leaning low over its neck as they galloped into deepening shadows. The canyon walls echoed with pursuing hoofbeats, but he knew these paths better than most, had ridden them countless times during his years with the gang. A sharp turn here, a hidden cut through there, slowly putting distance between himself and his pursuers. As the sounds of pursuit faded, John allowed himself to breathe more easily, but he knew this was far from over. Calloway wouldn't abandon the chase, not with Spanish gold at stake. The moon had risen by the time John felt safe enough to slow his pace. He needed to think, to plan his next move carefully. The smart play would be destroying the journal, forgetting about Dutch's treasure, and returning to his family. But the threats against his home burned in his memory. Calloway knew where to find him now, and men like that didn't simply go away. Better to deal with the threat directly, but on his own terms. John studied the star-filled sky, getting his bearings. The mining complex Dutch's notes described lay perhaps 2 days' ride north. If he pushed hard, he might reach it before Calloway's gang figured out the location. First, though, he needed help, and there was only one person he could trust who knew these territories as well as he did. Someone who'd ridden with the Vanderlyn gang during those glory days, before it all went wrong. "God damn it," John muttered, turning his horse northeast. "Charles ain't gonna like this one bit." The next day dawned clear and hot as John approached a modest cabin set against rolling foothills. Smoke rose from its stone chimney, and he could see a figure chopping wood in the early morning light. Charles Smith paused in his work as John approached, embedding his axe in the chopping block. His expression remained neutral, but there was warmth in his eyes as he greeted his old friend. "John Marston," Charles said simply. "Long way from Beecher's Hope." "Charles." John dismounted, clasping the offered hand. "Need your help with something." "You always do." Charles studied him carefully. "But this feels different. There's trouble in your eyes." Over coffee inside the cabin, John explained everything. Finding Dutch's journal, the confrontation with Calloway, the threat to his family. Charles listened without interruption, his stoic features revealing nothing. "Spanish gold," Charles finally said when John finished. "Lot of men have died chasing legends like that." "Ain't about the gold," John insisted. "Need to deal with Calloway before he makes good on his threats. Finding the treasure first, maybe we can negotiate. Or maybe we make things worse." Charles stood, moving to a window that overlooked the surrounding wilderness. "You've built something good, John. A life away from all this. You sure you want to risk that?" The question hit uncomfortably close to home. What choice do I have? Man knows where my family lives. Ain't gonna just hope he forgets about us. Charles was quiet for a long moment. "Could take your family, go somewhere new, start fresh." "Run, you mean?" John's voice hardened. "Done enough running in my life? Then you've already decided." Charles turned back to face him. "Just wanted to be sure you'd thought it through." Relief flooded through John. He hadn't been certain his old friend would agree to help. "Thank you, Charles." "Don't thank me yet." Charles began gathering supplies with practiced efficiency. "Those mining tunnels you mentioned." "I know them. Worked a silver claim nearby few years back. Place is a maze, easy to get lost or ambushed. Rather have you watching my back than anyone else." Charles nodded once, shouldering his rifle. "Let's hope it doesn't come to that." They rode north through increasingly rugged terrain, following trails that grew steadily less distinct. John shared more details from Dutch's journal, the complex network of tunnels, possible entry points, landmarks to watch for. Dutch was thorough, Charles observed as they made camp that evening. Maybe too thorough. If Calloway has other sources of information, might already be waiting for us. John finished grimly. "Yeah, thought of that. Get some rest," Charles advised. "I'll take first watch." But sleep proved elusive as John stared up at the star-filled sky. Memories of another campfire years ago drifted through his mind. 8 years earlier. "You sure about this information, Dutch?" Arthur Morgan's skeptical voice carried across the campfire. "Lot of folks died chasing Spanish gold." Dutch van der Linde smiled confidently, firelight dancing across his features. "This is different, son. These maps, they're genuine, authenticated by experts in Mexico City." "Since when do we trust experts?" John had interjected, earning chuckles from several gang members. "We trust verification," Dutch corrected, multiple sources confirming the same details. "The Spanish didn't just leave gold lying around, they protected it. Hidden warehouses, secret caches in remote locations." His eyes gleamed with familiar intensity. This particular treasure, it was meant to fund their entire northern campaign. Imagine it, boys. Enough gold to set us all up for life. Assuming we can find it, Hosea Matthews added dryly. "And assuming no one else is looking." Dutch waved away the concerns. "That's why we're being careful, gathering proper intelligence. When we move, it'll be with certainty." He'd fixed each of them with that mesmerizing gaze. Have faith, friends. This could be the score that changes everything. But like so many of Dutch's dreams, it had crumbled before becoming reality. Within weeks, everything had gone wrong in Blackwater, sending the gang fleeing into the mountains. The Spanish gold was forgotten in the chaos that followed. Now, years later, John wondered if Dutch had been right about the treasure's existence. Those maps he'd been so excited about, had they been genuine? Or just another false hope that helped drive their leader toward madness? Dawn found them approaching the mining complex, a series of dark openings puncturing the canyon walls, connected by weathered wooden walkways and rusted rail lines. The place had clearly been abandoned for decades, nature slowly reclaiming what man had carved from stone. No fresh tracks, Charles reported after scouting the area. If Calloway's people have been here, it wasn't recent. John studied Dutch's journal again, comparing landmarks to the hand-drawn maps within. Main entrance should be our best bet. Notes mention a storage room converted to a Spanish warehouse. They secured their horses in a sheltered grove before approaching the mine entrance. The timber support beams looked solid enough, though neither man tested them too aggressively. "Watch your step," Charles advised as they moved deeper into the tunnel. "Floor's not as stable as it looks." Their lanterns cast dancing shadows along rough-hewn walls as they advanced carefully. The main tunnel branched repeatedly, creating a confusing network of passages. John consulted the journal frequently, following Dutch's detailed notes about turns and landmarks. "Hold up," Charles whispered suddenly, freezing in place. "You hear that?" John listened intently, there a faint echo of voices carrying through the tunnels. Someone else was definitely in the mine. "Holloway," John growled. "Must have figured it out after all." They extinguished their lanterns, letting eyes adjust to the darkness. Faint light filtered from somewhere ahead, along with the occasional scrape of boots on stone. 4, maybe 5 voices, Charles estimated quietly. "They're in the main chamber." John drew his revolver, checking the load by feel. "Any other way in there?" "Think so. Maintenance tunnels should connect from the south. Might be able to get behind them." "Split up then," John decided. "I'll keep their attention from this direction. You come in from behind." Charles gripped his arm briefly. "Be careful, brother." John moved forward alone, using years of experience to step silently, despite the scattered debris. The voices grew clearer as he approached the chamber entrance. "Waste of time," someone was saying. "Place is a maze, could take weeks to search it proper." "Boss says the gold's here," another voice replied. "Has proof in some journal." "Journal we don't have," the first voice grumbled. "Thanks to that scarred-up bastard." "Oh, you mean this journal?" John called out, stepping into view with his revolver raised. "Been looking for someone to give it back to." The chamber erupted into chaos. Calloway's men dove for cover as John's first shot took down a lantern, plunging half the space into darkness. Return fire sparked off stone as John rolled behind a fallen support beam. Calloway's voice cut through the gunfire, cold with fury. "Marston, figured you'd show up eventually." A bullet splintered wood near John's head. "Brought a friend too, I'm guessing? Saw 2 sets of tracks outside?" John didn't respond, focused on the shadows where he knew Charles would emerge. He just needed to keep their attention a few moments longer. "You know what's funny?" Calloway continued. "Dutch never knew how close he really was. All that research and he missed the obvious. The Spanish didn't hide their gold in some warehouse." A pause filled with the sound of reloading. "They sealed it behind a cave. Been right here a whole time, waiting for someone smart enough to blast through." Revelation struck John hard. Dutch's obsession with maps and documents had blinded him to simpler solutions. A bitter laugh escaped him. "That why you brought dynamite? Noticed your boys carrying it earlier. Smart man." Calloway's voice dripped sarcasm. "Now, how about we discuss terms? You've got the journal, I've got the explosives. Maybe we can..." The rest was lost as Charles burst from the maintenance tunnel, rifle blazing. Two of Calloway's men went down before they could turn, while John used the distraction to advance, picking off a third. Calloway himself proved more difficult. The outlaw leader dove behind stone pillars, returning accurate fire that forced both John and Charles to cover. The chamber echoed with gunshots and ricochets, clouds of dust filling the air. "Last chance, Marston," Calloway shouted. "Partnership's still on the table." "Already got a partner," John called back. "One I trust." "Trust?" Calloway laughed harshly. "Like you trusted Dutch. Man led you boys right into disaster at Blackwater, didn't he? Left you to rot while he saved himself." The words hit their mark, stirring old wounds, but John had long since made peace with that past. "Maybe so, but that's the difference between us, Calloway. I learned from those mistakes." He nodded to Charles, a silent signal born from years riding together. They moved simultaneously, Charles providing covering fire while John circled wide around the pillars. Calloway, focused on Charles, never saw John coming. The fight ended quickly after that. Calloway, disarmed and bleeding from a shoulder wound, glared up at John with undisguised hatred. "Go ahead then," the outlaw spat. "Finish it." John considered the man thoughtfully. "No, you ain't worth the bullet." He turned to Charles. "Tie him up. We'll leave him for the law in the next town." "You're soft, Marston," Calloway sneered. "Dutch would be disappointed." "Dotjen here," John replied simply, "and I stopped caring about his disappointment long ago." As Charles secured their prisoner, John examined the chamber more carefully. Calloway's men had already cleared debris from one wall, revealing scorch marks from previous attempts to breach it. "Think he's right?" Charles asked quietly. "About the gold being sealed up in there?" John ran his hand along the rough stone. "Maybe. But breaking through could bring this whole place down on our heads." He stepped back, decision made. "Ain't worth the risk." "What about the journal?" John retrieved Dutch's leather-bound book from his coat. For a moment, he stood silent, weighing its significance. Then he approached the still-burning lantern and held the journal over the flame. "John," Charles started. "Some ghosts need putting to rest," John said quietly, watching the pages catch fire. "Ain't gonna let Dutch's obsessions endanger my family again." They left Calloway and his surviving men tied securely in the chamber, their weapons scattered far down one of the tunnels. The journey back through the mine felt longer somehow, each step carrying them away from another piece of their shared past. Outside, the afternoon sun seemed impossibly bright after the darkness below. John breathed deeply, letting the tension of recent days begin to fade. "What now?" Charles asked as they retrieved their horses. "Head to Armadillo," John decided. "Wire the sheriff about Calloway, then..." He smiled slightly. "Then I'm going home to my family." They rode together as far as the crossroads where their paths diverged. Charles pointed his horse northeast, toward his cabin in the foothills, while John prepared to turn south. "Thank you, Charles," John said earnestly, "for having my back, again." Charles nodded, the ghost of a smile touching his lips. "Try to stay out of trouble, brother, at least for a little while." "No promises," John replied with a grin, but they both knew he meant it differently now. His days of chasing outlaws' dreams were truly finished. As John rode toward home, His thoughts turned to Abigail and Jack waiting at Beecher's Hope. The simple life they'd built together meant more than all the Spanish gold in Mexico. Dutch had never understood that kind of wealth, the kind that couldn't be measured in dollars or gold bars. The sun was setting by the time John crested the final rise overlooking his ranch. Smoke rose peacefully from the chimney, and he could see Jack doing his evening chores while Abigail worked in their small garden. This, John reflected as he urged his horse homeward, was a treasure worth more than anything they might have found in those mines. This was what Dutch's obsession with one last big score had cost him. The chance at real peace, at a life built on something stronger than dreams of glory. Uncle spotted him first, raising a lazy hand in greeting from his favorite resting spot. "Welcome back, John. Find what you were looking for?" John dismounted, leading his horse toward the barn. "Something like that," he replied with a quiet smile. "Something like that." As John Marston's figure faded into the warm glow of his homestead, the last rays of sunset painted the western sky in deep purples and golds. The peaceful scene at Beecher's Hope stood as testament to the choices that shaped a man's destiny, choices between the haunting echoes of the past and the promising whispers of the future. But while John found his peace in the quiet embrace of family life, other souls still wandered these untamed lands, each carrying their own burdens and dreams. The same setting sun that blessed John's return home cast long shadows across another story, unfolding in the desperate frontiers of the American West. In the remote mountains, where civilization's grasp grew tenuous, where ancient pines stood sentinel over secrets both blessed and cursed, a lone rider guided his horse through deepening twilight. The trail ahead wound through territory that would test not just his survival skills, but the very core of who he was, and what he was willing to become. The morning mist clung low to the ground as John Marston stood at the edge of his property, watching the approaching riders with a growing sense of dread. 3 men on horseback, their badges catching the early sunlight, government men by their bearing. His hand instinctively moved toward his holstered revolver before forcing itself still. Those days were supposed to be behind him. "Mr. Marston," called the lead rider, a tall man with cold eyes and a marshal's star. "Named Samuel Drake. We need to discuss a matter of some importance." John's jaw tightened. He'd known this day might come, had felt it approaching like storm clouds on the horizon. "Whatever you're selling, Marshal, I ain't buying. Made that clear last time the government came calling." Drake dismounted with practiced grace, his companions remaining a horse. "This isn't a request, Mr. Marston. Not with what we know about your recent activities." The threat hung in the morning air like smoke. John's mind raced to the incident last month. A failed robbery attempt at his ranch that had ended with 2 would-be thieves dead. He'd acted in self-defense, protecting his family, but he knew how easily such events could be twisted by men with badges. "Say your piece," John growled, "then get off my land." Drake's thin smile never reached his eyes. "There's a situation developing down in Rio Bravo. New gang moving in, led by a man calling himself Marcus Clay. They're organizing the local outlaws, creating something bigger than the usual border trouble. And that's my problem because Clay's building an army," Drake replied. "Running guns, recruiting experienced riders. Man's got vision, charisma, reminds some folks of Dutch Vanderlind in his prime." The name hit John like a physical blow. "You want me to what? Hunt him down?" "Better." Drake produced a folded document from his coat. "We want you to join them. Get close to Clay, learn his plans, identify his contacts. When the time's right, we move in and end it clean." John's laugh held no humor. "You're out of your mind. I'm done with that life." "Are you?" Drake's voice hardened. "Two dead men on your property suggest otherwise. Wonder how the local sheriff would view that incident, properly presented. Or perhaps we should discuss certain outstanding warrants from your younger days. You threatening me, Marshal. Offering you a choice." Drake held out the document. "Work with us, this all goes away. Refuse, well, shame to see a family separated, especially one with a young boy." The mention of Jack sent ice through John's veins. He'd sacrificed too much, worked too hard to build this life, to see it destroyed now. "How long?" he asked finally, defeat bitter in his mouth. "Months, maybe 2. However long it takes to get what we need." Drake smiled that empty smile again. "Do this right, Mr. Marston. You'll never see us again." John took the papers without reading them. He knew their type, threats wrapped in legal language, promises worth less than the ink used to write them. But what choice did he have? "I'll need a few days," he said, "to make arrangements." Drake nodded. 3 days, then you ride for Rio Bravo." He mounted smoothly. "Don't try running, Marston. Won't end well for anyone." John watched them ride away, their figures disappearing into the morning mist like phantoms. Behind him, the door to the ranch house opened. "John?" Abigail's voice carried concern. "Everything all right?" He turned to face his wife, seeing the worry in her eyes. She'd known something was wrong the moment the riders appeared. She always knew. "Got to go away for a while," he said quietly. "Government business." Abigail's face hardened. "They promised they were done with you." "Yeah, well, government men lie easier than they breathe." He moved to embrace her, drawing strength from her presence. "It'll be all right. Just need to handle something, then it's done." She pulled back to study his face. "You're going back undercover?" It wasn't a question. "Only way to keep us safe." He tried to smile. "Few weeks at most. Then we can put it all behind us. For good this time." Abigail's eyes filled with tears she refused to shed. "Promise me you'll come back." "Always do, don't I?" But as they stood together in the morning light, John wondered if this time he was making a promise he couldn't keep. 3 days later, John rode south toward Rio Bravo, leaving behind a wife who understood too much and a son who understood too little. He'd transformed himself back into the kind of man who might attract an ambitious gang leader's attention. Trail-worn clothes, weapons prominently displayed, the hard edge of an outlaw in his bearing. The border territories grew wilder with each passing mile. Civilization's thin veneer peeled away, revealing the brutal heart that still beat beneath progress's march. Here, a man's word carried more weight than any law, and violence remained the primary currency of respect. John found the first signs of Clay's influence in a dusty saloon just shy of the border. The bartender's eyes lingered too long on John's scarred face, and conversations quieted noticeably at his entrance. He ordered whiskey and waited, knowing word would spread of a new rider, asking careful questions. It didn't take long. As the sun set, 2 men entered the saloon, moving with the easy confidence of those used to being feared. They flanked John at the bar, neither bothering to hide their weapons. "Ain't seen you around these parts before," said the larger man, a brute with a badly broken nose. "Been away a while," John replied, not looking up from his drink. "Heard things were changing down here. Thought I might find opportunities." The second man, lean and weathered, laughed without humor. "Opportunities? Might say that. Might also say we got enough desperate riders looking to make their mark. Ain't desperate, John countered. And I ain't looking to make a mark, looking for something bigger. He turned finally, meeting their suspicious gazes. Heard Marcus Clay understands the difference. The men exchanged glances. Clay's particular about who he lets close, said the lean one. What makes you worth his time? Rode with Dutch van der Linde, John said simply. Learned a few things about building something that lasts. The name had the desired effect. Both men straightened slightly, reassessing him with new interest. Van der Linde gang, the big man whistled. That's quite a pedigree, if it's true. John smiled dangerously. Want to test me? A tense moment passed before the lean man laughed, genuinely this time. Nah, reckon we'll let Clay make that call. Follow us if you're serious, but any funny business. He left the threat unspoken. They led John to horses waiting outside, then set a hard pace south as darkness fell. The terrain grew increasingly rugged, forcing them to slow as they navigated narrow paths between towering mesas. Finally, after several hours of riding, they approached a hidden canyon entrance. A voice challenged them from above. After a brief exchange, they were allowed to pass through the narrow gap. The canyon opened into a sprawling camp, dozens of tents and lean-tos scattered around central campfires. Men moved about with purpose, cleaning weapons or tending horses. John counted at least 30 hardened riders, with probably more hidden in the shadows. They dismounted near the largest tent, where a man stood warming his hands by a fire. He turned as they approached, and John's first glimpse of Marcus Clay made him understand Drake's concerns. Clay radiated the same magnetic confidence that had drawn so many to Dutch's banner. Tall and well-built, with intelligent eyes set in a handsome face, he carried himself like a man used to being listened to. But there was something else there too, a hardness around the eyes, a tension in his bearing that spoke of barely contained violence. Mr. Clay prompted. Marston, John Marston. Ah. Clay smiled, but his eyes remained calculating. The Van der Linde boy. I wondered if my invitation would reach you. John kept his surprise hidden. Invitation? Word spreads in our world, Mr. Marston. When I learned you were in the territory, I made sure certain rumors found their way to you. Clay gestured to a pair of chairs by the fire. Please, sit. We have much to discuss. As John settled into the offered chair, he realized the game had shifted. Clay had been expecting him, had manipulated events to draw him here. The question was, why? I know your story, Clay continued, pouring 2 glasses of whiskey. Ran with Dutch during the glory days, betrayed by your own government, forced to hunt down your former brothers. He offered 1 glass to John. Must have left a bitter taste. Ancient history, John replied carefully. Looking forward now, not back. Clay's smile widened. Are you? Because I think you're a man haunted by his past, Mr. Marston. Trying to build something legitimate while knowing the world won't let you forget what you were. He leaned forward intently. But what if you could use those skills again? This time for something meaningful. Meaning is a dangerous word, John observed. Heard it too often from men with grand plans. Fair enough. Clay settled back, studying John over his glass. Then let me be direct. I'm building something here, not just another gang, but a real force for change. The government's grip on these territories is weakening. The people are tired of corrupt officials, of being squeezed between outlaws and lawmen who are often one and the same. And you're what? Their savior? Their opportunity, Clay corrected. To take control of their own destiny. We're establishing order in these lands. Our order. Fair prices for protection, organized trade routes, stability for those willing to work with us. His eyes blazed with familiar zealotry. But we need experienced men. Men who understand both sides of the law, who can help us grow without drawing too much attention too quickly. John sipped his whiskey, mind working rapidly. Clay's words echoed uncomfortable memories of Dutch's own speeches about civilization and corruption. But there was calculation here too. Clay was testing him, watching for his reaction. Sounds like pretty words covering ugly truths, John said finally. Been down that road before. Clay laughed appreciatively. Good. Skepticism is healthy, Mr. Marston. I'd be disappointed if you accepted everything at face value. He stood, gesturing expansively at the camp. Stay a few days. See what we're building. Judge for yourself whether it's worth being part of. And if I decide it ain't, Clay's expression hardened briefly. Then you ride away, no questions asked, assuming, of course, you haven't seen anything worth keeping quiet about. The threat was subtle but clear. John nodded slowly, playing his role. Reckon that's fair enough? Excellent. Clay's charm returned full force. Miguel will show you where to set up. Rest tonight, and tomorrow we'll talk more about how you might fit into our organization. As John followed the indicated man toward an empty tent, his mind churned with complications. Clay was sharper than Drake had suggested, more organized than simple bandit leadership would require. And he'd been waiting for John, had planned this meeting carefully. Question was, did Clay truly believe John might join his cause, or was this elaborate theater masking darker purposes? Sleep proved elusive that night. John lay on his bedroll, listening to the sounds of the camp, men talking quietly around fires, horses shifting restlessly, the lonely cry of a coyote in the distance. So familiar, these sounds of outlaw life. Yet now they carried new weight, new dangers. Dawn brought renewed activity to the camp. John emerged from his tent to find Clay already organizing the day's operations. Small groups of riders departed on various assignments, some legitimate seeming, others clearly less so. Clay managed it all with impressive efficiency, rotating men through different tasks while maintaining careful control of information. Walk with me, Clay invited as John approached. They moved through the camp, Clay pointing out various improvements being made. We're building something permanent here, Mr. Marston. Infrastructure, supply lines, loyal people in key positions. Sounds expensive, John observed. Clay smiled. Everything worthwhile is. That's why today's task is so important. He led John to a more private area. There's a bank in Las Hermanas. Small place, but they handle payroll for several mining operations. Once a month, they move significant funds by wagon to the larger banks up north. You're planning to hit the wagon? No, Mr. Marston, we're planning to hit the bank itself. Clay's eyes gleamed. The wagon's too obvious, too heavily guarded. But the bank? They never expect trouble in their own town. John felt his stomach tighten. A bank robbery meant innocent people at risk, the likelihood of violence he'd promised Abigail to avoid, but refusing would blow his cover instantly. When? He asked, keeping his voice neutral. 3 days. Enough time for you to prove your worth on some smaller jobs first. Clay studied him carefully. Unless you have objections. Done plenty of banks in my time, John replied. Just want to be sure the planning's solid. No unnecessary risks. Clay seemed satisfied with the response. Good. For now, ride with Miguel's group. They're handling some business with local ranchers who need convincing to accept our protection. The next 2 days passed in a blur of activity. John rode with various groups, carefully walking the line between proving his capabilities and avoiding direct violence. He watched Clay's operation with growing concern. The man was building a sophisticated criminal empire, using fear and selective violence to control an ever-expanding territory. More worrying were the signs that Clay's ambitions extended beyond simple profit. He spoke often of creating a new order, of cleansing the corruption from these lands. His men believed in him with almost religious fervor, seeing themselves as soldiers in a righteous cause rather than common bandits. On the evening before the planned bank robbery, John managed to slip away from camp briefly. In a hidden canyon, he met with one of Drake's men to pass information. "Clay's planning something big," John reported quietly. "Bank job's just the beginning. He's got contacts in the military, corrupt officials feeding him information, building towards some kind of larger move. The bank robbery, can you stop it?" John shook his head. "Try anything obvious, my cover's blown, and Clay's too smart for simple sabotage." "Then let it play out," the agent instructed. "We need more on his organization, his contacts. Stay close to him." But as John rode back to camp, guilt weighed heavily. How many innocent lives would be risked tomorrow? How much violence would he be forced to witness or commit to maintain this deception? The memory of Abigail's face, of Jack's innocent trust, strengthened his resolve. Sometimes a man had to wade through darkness to protect what mattered most. Dawn broke clear and cold over Las Hermanas. John rode with Clay's chosen team, 8 men total, each selected for specific skills. The plan was sophisticated. 2 men creating a distraction at the town's small factory, drawing away the few lawmen. The rest would hit the bank fast, using Clay's inside information about the layout and security. As they approached the town, John found himself studying his temporary companions. Not all were hardened criminals. Some seemed like ordinary men driven to desperate measures. Clay had chosen them carefully, playing on their grievances and desires until they believed in his cause. The robbery began smoothly enough. Right on schedule, explosions rocked the factory area, sending the town's limited law enforcement rushing to investigate. Clay led his team into the bank with practiced efficiency, securing the handful of employees and early morning customer. Then everything went wrong. Whether someone had warned the law or pure bad luck intervened, riders appeared at both ends of the street. Guns blazed as the outlaws found themselves caught in a crossfire. "Betrayal!" Clay shouted, his composed mask cracking. Someone talked. John knew he hadn't been compromised. Drake's men wouldn't risk their operation for one bank. But Clay's paranoia had been triggered, and his eyes kept darting suspiciously toward John as they returned fire from behind hastily chosen cover. 2 of Clay's men were down already, and the law was being reinforced by armed townspeople. The situation deteriorated rapidly as bullets chipped away at their cover. "We need to pull back," John called out. "Find another way out." Clay's response was lost in a fresh volley of gunfire. The outlaw leader's face had transformed, the calculated charm replaced by something wild and desperate. Clay began firing indiscriminately, regardless of who might be caught in the crossfire. His careful facade had crumbled, revealing the ruthless killer beneath. "Clay!" John shouted over the chaos. "There's civilians in the street." But the outlaw leader was beyond reason. He'd shifted his fire toward the townspeople, forcing them to scatter. The distraction allowed some of his men to make a break for their horses, though 2 more fell to lawmen's bullets. John had to make a choice. His cover wasn't worth innocent lives. Moving decisively, he tackled Clay from behind, sending them both crashing behind an overturned wagon. "What are you doing?" Clay snarled, struggling to bring his gun around. "Saving your life," John growled, pinning the man down. "Got high ground shooters on the roof. Would have had you in seconds." The lie worked. Clay stopped resisting, letting John help him to a better position. Together, they provided covering fire while the remaining gang members mounted up. "Fall back," Claire ordered. "Into the alleys, then split up. Meet at the secondary camp." They retreated in pairs, using the town's narrow streets to break the lawman's line of sight. John stayed close to Clay, watching for any sign the man suspected his intervention had ulterior motives. Once mounted, they galloped hard out of town, taking a winding route through rough country to shake any pursuit. Claire remained unusually quiet during the ride, his earlier fury replaced by cold calculation. They reached the backup camp as dusk approached, a sparse collection of tents hidden in a narrow box canyon. Only 3 other riders had made it. The rest were dead or captured back in Las Hermanas. "Someone knew we were coming," Clay said finally, his voice dangerously soft. "Had to be tipped off. Question is, by who?" The surviving gang members shifted nervously. Clay's reputation for dealing with traitors was well known. "Could have been the bank," John suggested carefully. "Maybe noticed something suspicious, sent word to the law." "Maybe." Clay's eyes hardened. "Or maybe we have a rat. Someone feeding information to the wrong people." His gaze swept the small group. "Someone who's not what they claim to be." John kept his expression neutral, but his hand drifted closer to his holster. If Clay suspected him, this could turn ugly fast. "Search the area," Clay ordered the others. "Make sure we weren't followed." Once they'd moved away, he turned to John. "Interesting thing about that tackle back there. Almost like you were trying to stop me shooting rather than save my life." "You were drawing too much attention," John replied evenly, making it harder for everyone to get clear. Clay studied him with unnerving intensity. "You know what I think, Marston? I think you're carrying old habits. Still trying to save people, like back in your Vandalin days." He stepped closer. "Noble impulse. But it makes me wonder where else those instincts might lead." "You questioning my loyalty?" John's voice carried a dangerous edge. "Should I be?" Clay smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Tell you what, I've got something special planned, big enough to change everything in these territories. You help make it happen, prove yourself completely, and all doubts vanish." "What kind of something?" "Not here." Clay glanced toward the returning riders. "We'll talk tomorrow. For now, get some rest. Been a long day." That night, John managed to slip away again, meeting Drake's contact in a hidden arroyo. The agent was agitated. "Things are accelerating," John reported. "Clay's planning something major, but the bank job going wrong has him paranoid, starting to suspect everyone." "We've got bigger problems," the agent replied. "Had word from up north. Clay's been coordinating with other gangs, building alliances. Whatever he's planning, it's bigger than we thought. Need to pull me out then, before he decides to make an example of someone." The agent shook his head. "Can't, you're too close. Clay's obsessed with loyalty. He'll watch anyone who leaves. Need you to stick it out. Find out what he's planning." John wanted to argue, but he knew the agent was right. Clay would never let him simply ride away, not with what he knew. He had to see this through. Returning to camp, John found most of the men asleep. Clay sat alone by a small fire, cleaning his revolvers with methodical precision. He looked up as John approached. "Walk with me," Clay said quietly, holstering his weapons. "Time we discussed the future." They moved away from camp, following a path that led to a ridge overlooking the moonlit desert. Clay stood silent for a long moment, studying the vast emptiness below. "You ever wonder why Dutch failed, John?" he asked finally. "Why his grand vision fell apart?" "Had lots of reasons," John replied carefully. "Law closing in, pressure from all sides." "No." Clay turned, his eyes reflecting firelight from the distant camp. "He failed because he lost sight of the larger picture, got caught up in quick scores, personal vendettas, forgot that real power comes from controlling the system itself." He gestured toward the horizon. "These territories are a powder keg. Corrupt officials, angry settlers, Mexican revolutionaries just across the border. All it needs is a spark, applied at the right moment." Understanding dawned. "You're planning to start a war. A cleansing fire," Clay corrected. "Create enough chaos the right kind of men can step into the vacuum, restore order on their own terms." His voice carried fevered intensity. "I've got men placed throughout the region, in banks, government offices, even law enforcement. When the time comes, they'll help tear it all down." "And how many innocent people die in this cleansing fire?" John asked, unable to completely hide his disgust. Clay's expression hardened. "Necessary sacrifices for a greater cause. Just like that bank today. Sometimes blood must be spilled to achieve something meaningful." He studied John carefully. "But you don't see it that way, do you? Still clinging to outdated morality, like Dutch before his eyes were truly opened." "Dutch went insane," John said flatly. "Lost himself in dreams of chaos and redemption. No, he finally understood the truth. That civilization is a lie, that only through destruction can real change occur." Clay's hand moved to his gun. "Question is, Marston, do you understand it? Or are you still playing both sides, thinking you can walk the line between outlaw and lawman?" The moment stretched taut as a bowstring. John knew his cover was blown, had probably been blown for days. Clay had been testing him, watching his reactions, waiting for the right moment to strike. "How long you known?" John asked, his own hands ready to draw. "Suspected from the start, confirmed it when you met with that government man earlier." Clay's smile was terrible to behold. "Did you really think we wouldn't be watching? That your clumsy attempts at gathering information would go unnoticed? Could have killed me any time. Needed to know who you were working with, what they knew." Clay's gun cleared its holster. "But now you've served your purpose, and I can't have anyone warning the law about what's coming." John moved faster than he had in years, diving sideways as Clay's first shot split the night. His own gun seemed to leap into his hand of its own accord, muscle memory from countless gunfights taking over. They exchanged fire in the darkness, both men using the rocky terrain for cover. Clay was good, better than John had expected, but his zealot's certainty made him predictable. When he tried to rush John's position, thinking he had him pinned, John was ready. Two shots rang out almost simultaneously. Clay's bullet grazed John's shoulder, but John's shot caught the outlaw leader square in the chest. Clay staggered, disbelief warring with anger on his face. "You don't understand," he gasped, blood staining his shirt. "Could have been part of something. Already part of something," John replied quietly. "Family, home, things worth protecting from men like you." Clay tried to raise his gun again, but strength was fading fast. He toppled backward, dead before he hit the ground. The shots had alerted the camp. John heard shouts, the sound of running feet approaching. No time to meet Drake's men, to warn them about Clay's network of allies. He had to move, now. Mounting up, John rode hard through the night, putting as much distance as possible between himself and the gang's location. He pushed his horse to its limits, knowing Clay's men would be after him as soon as they discovered their leader's body. Dawn found him at a small telegraph office in a dusty border town. He sent 2 messages, one to Drake explaining everything he'd learned about Clay's organization, another to Abigail letting her know he was coming home. As John rode north toward his family, he reflected on Clay's words about Dutch, about chaos and change. Maybe there was truth in what the man had said, that civilization was built on lies, that power corrupted everything it touched. But Clay had missed the most important lesson, that a man's worth wasn't measured by the systems he destroyed, but by what he chose to protect. The sun was setting when John finally crested the hill overlooking Beecher's Hope. Smoke rose peacefully from the chimney, and he could see Jack playing in the yard while Abigail worked in their small garden. Uncle dozed in his usual spot, oblivious to the approaching rider. This, John thought as he urged his tired horse homeward, was what separated him from men like Clay and Dutch. They'd sought meaning in grand schemes and violent revolution, but real purpose lay in simpler things. A family's love, honest work, the quiet satisfaction of building something rather than tearing it down. Abigail spotted him first, dropping her gardening tools to run toward him. As John dismounted to embrace his wife, the tension of recent weeks began to fade. He was home, where he belonged. The desperate frontiers could keep their false promises and violent dreams. "You came back," Abigail whispered against his chest. "Always do," John replied softly. "Always will." And this time he knew it was a promise he could keep. As John Marston held his family close in the fading light of day, the weight of his recent trials seemed to lift from his shoulders like morning mist burning away in the sun. The peaceful scene at Beecher's Hope stood in stark contrast to the violent world he'd left behind in the borderlands. But while John found his way back to the quiet life he'd built, other stories were unfolding across the untamed West. Tales of men struggling with their own battles between past and present, between what they were and what they hoped to become. In the cattle country of West Elizabeth, where fortune could change as quickly as the weather, another drama was about to unfold. The evening wind carried whispers of coming conflict, of debts soon to be called due, and of a reckoning that would test one man's resolve to protect what was his. In the growing darkness, a lone rider approached a modest ranch house, his thoughts heavy with the burden of difficult choices that lay ahead. The tale that would unfold there would remind all who heard it that sometimes a man's greatest battles are fought not with guns, but with the weight of his own conscience. The morning sun cast long shadows across Beecher's Hope as John Marston walked his fence line, checking for damaged posts and loose wire. Summer had been kind to his modest ranch. Grass grew thick in the pastures, their small herd of cattle looked healthy, and even Uncle had been doing his share of the work lately. Things were finally starting to feel stable, legitimate. He paused atop a small rise, surveying his property with quiet pride. The barn needed a fresh coat of paint, and the north pasture fence could use reinforcing before winter, but it was honest work. The kind of life he'd dreamed of building for Abigail and Jack. The sound of approaching horses drew his attention. 3 riders approached from the direction of Blackwater, moving with the casual confidence of men used to being respected or feared. John recognized the lead rider immediately. Thomas Blake, the largest cattle owner in West Elizabeth. The other 2 were clearly hired hands, their gun belts worn low and ready. "Mr. Marston," Blake called out as they drew near. The cattle baron was an imposing figure despite his age, tall and broad-shouldered, with silver hair and cold eyes that had seen their share of violence. "Hope the morning finds you well." "Well enough," John replied cautiously. Blake rarely made social calls, especially to small ranchers like himself. "What brings you out this way?" Blake dismounted smoothly, though his men remained a-horse. "Matter of some concern, I'm afraid. Been losing cattle lately, rustlers getting bold, hitting several spreads in the area." He studied John with unsettling intensity. "Interesting thing, though. Seems the thieves are quite selective, only taking prime beef stock, the kind that fetches top dollar at auction." "That's so?" John kept his voice neutral, though he could sense where this conversation was heading. "Ain't heard about any rustling?" "No." Blake produced a folded paper from his coat. "Because I've got signed statements from 3 ranchers who saw strange riders moving cattle at night. Riders matching the description of certain former outlaws in the area." John's jaw tightened. "You accusing me of something, Mr. Blake?" "Simply sharing information, Mr. Marston." As a concerned neighbor, Blake's smile never reached his eyes. "Though I must say, your herd has grown impressively this season. Quite the achievement for a man of limited means." "Worked hard for every head of cattle on my land," John growled. "Bought proper and paid for." Of course. Blake mounted up smoothly. "I'm sure the sheriff will be very interested in reviewing your purchase records. Good day, Mr. Marston." John watched them ride away, anger and worry warring in his chest. Blake's visit had been a message, a warning that the powerful could easily destroy everything John had built. Inside the house, Abigail was already preparing lunch while Jack sat at the table, absorbed in one of his books. They both looked up as John entered, and Abigail immediately sensed his tension. "What's wrong?" she asked, wiping her hands on her apron. "Saw Blake and his men riding away." John explained the conversation briefly, watching concern spread across his wife's features. She understood as well as he did how precarious their position was. "He's lying," Abigail said firmly. "We've done nothing wrong. The law will see that." "Law around here does what Blake wants," John replied grimly. "Man owns half the county, and most of the officials in it. Then what do we do?" Before John could answer, hoofbeats approached again. This time it was Seth Miller, their closest neighbor, and one of the few locals who'd welcomed them without judgment. The old rancher's face was drawn with worry as John met him outside. "Heard Blake paid you a visit," Seth said without preamble. "Figured I'd better warn you. He's been spreading stories in town. Got people believing you're running some kind of rustling operation." "Jesus," John muttered. "Any idea why he's coming after me?" Seth shifted uncomfortably. "Word is, he's looking to expand his holdings. Been buying up small ranches, or running folks off when they won't sell. Probably figures you're an easy target, given your history." The implications were clear. Blake was using John's outlaw past against him, knowing the community would be quick to believe the worst. "Thanks for the warning," John said sincerely. "Appreciate you being straight with me." Seth nodded gravely. "Watch yourself, John. Blake plays rough when he wants something." He hesitated. "Might be smart to consider selling before things get ugly." But as Seth rode away, John knew selling wasn't an option. This ranch represented everything he'd worked for, everything he wanted to give his family. He wouldn't let Blake or anyone else take that away. The next few days brought mounting tension. Riders were spotted watching the ranch from distant ridges. In town, conversations stopped when John entered stores, and formerly friendly faces turned cold. The sheriff, a heavy-set man named Wilson, made a point of following John openly during his visits to Blackwater. Then the incidents began. A section of fence was cut one night, allowing several cattle to wander onto Blake's land. When John went to retrieve them, Blake's men claimed the animals now belonged to their boss, showing altered brands as proof. A few days later, someone spooked John's remaining cattle, driving them through a fence and injuring several valuable animals. The local veterinarian suddenly became too busy to treat them. "This is just the start," Abigail warned as they discussed their dwindling options over dinner. "Blake won't stop until he drives us out, or until I do something stupid," John added grimly. "Give him an excuse to have me arrested, then don't give him one." Abigail's voice was firm. "We built this life honest, John Marston. Find an honest way to fight back." She was right, of course, but as John rode into Blackwater the next morning, he wondered if honest methods would be enough against a man like Blake. The town had changed subtly since Blake's accusations. Shopkeepers who'd previously offered credit now demanded cash. The saloon fell silent when John entered, hostile eyes following his movements. Even the local bank manager, who'd been friendly during John's loan negotiations, suddenly became formal and distant. John's first stop was the sheriff's office. Though he held little hope of help there, Wilson barely looked up from his desk as John explained the vandalism and cattle theft. "Serious charges," the sheriff said, making no move to write anything down. "Got any proof Blake's men were involved? Got tracks, witnesses? Witnesses willing to testify against Thomas Blake?" Wilson's expression said it all. "Man employs half the county, Mr. Marston. Provides loans, helps folks through hard times. Who you think people will believe? Him or a former outlaw? So, that's it." John's voice hardened. "Law just looks the other way." Wilson finally met his gaze. "Law works different out here. Man like Blake, he brings stability, progress. Folks appreciate that more than abstract justice." He stood slowly. "My advice? Take whatever offer he makes you. Better than the alternatives." Disgusted, John left the office, but as he mounted up to leave town, a voice called out from a shadowy alley. "Mr. Marston, a word?" The speaker was a thin man in a shabby suit, Whitman, one of the clerks from the land office. He glanced nervously up and down the street before approaching. "Not here," he whispered. "Meet me tonight at Peterson's Creek. After dark. Might have something that'll help your situation." Before John could question him further, Whitman hurried away. It could be a trap, of course, but John was running out of options. He spent the afternoon making preparations, ensuring his family would be safe while he was gone. As dusk approached, he rode out toward the meeting place, senses alert for any sign of ambush. Peterson's Creek was little more than a trickle this time of year, its banks overgrown with willows. Whitman was already there, pacing nervously in the gathering darkness. "Wasn't sure you'd come," the clerk said, producing a thick envelope from his coat. "Found these while organizing old files. Land deeds, water rights documents, going back 20 years, show how Blake built his empire." John examined the papers by lantern light. A pattern emerged quickly. Suspicious fires destroying homesteads just before Blake acquired them, sudden deaths of ranchers who refused to sell, water rights mysteriously transferred through clearly forged documents. "This proves he's been stealing land," John said. "Why bring it to me?" Whitman's face twisted with buried anger. "Blake ruined my brother. Drove him off his ranch. Had him blacklisted when he tried to find work elsewhere. Man killed himself 6 months later." He straightened his shoulders. But I'm no fighter, Mr. Marston. You've got cause now, and the strength to use it. John studied the clerk thoughtfully. Blake finds out you took these. You'll be next on his list. Already arranged a job back east, leaving tonight on the late train. Whitman managed a bitter smile. Just see that bastard gets what's coming to him. After Whitman departed, John carefully stored the documents inside his coat. The evidence was damning, but using it would be dangerous. Blake wouldn't hesitate to kill to keep his secrets hidden. The moon had risen by the time John started for home. He'd gone perhaps a mile when movement caught his eye. Riders emerging from a stand of trees ahead, spreading to block his path. "Evening, Mr. Marston," came Blake's familiar voice. The cattle baron rode forward, flanked by his usual gunmen. "Long way from your ranch at this hour?" "Free country," John replied evenly, though his hand drifted toward his holster. "Man can ride where he pleases." "Indeed," Blake's tone hardened. "Just as a man can choose to be reasonable when offered a fair price for his property. Or he can be stubborn, start making accusations, collecting evidence that don't concern him." So Blake had been watching Whitman, known about the meeting all along. "Ain't looking for trouble," John said carefully. "Just want to work my land in peace." "Peace requires cooperation, Mr. Marston. Community spirit." Blake gestured, and more riders emerged from the shadows. "I'm afraid you've demonstrated a distinct lack of both." John's mind raced through options as the circle of armed men tightened. He was badly outnumbered, with no cover nearby. Even if he managed to shoot his way clear, it would give Blake exactly what he wanted: an excuse to have John arrested or killed. "Now then," Blake continued, "I believe you have some documents that rightfully belong to me. Hand them over and we can discuss a reasonable compensation for your property. And if I refuse?" Blake smiled coldly. "Then I fear there may be an unfortunate incident. Tragic, really. Former outlaw returning to his violent ways, forcing good men to defend themselves." He nodded toward his gunmen. "Many witnesses would confirm that version of events." John's fingers tightened on his reins. He could feel the weight of Whitman's documents inside his coat. Proof of years of corruption and violence. But what good was evidence if he didn't live to use it? The moments stretched taut as a bowstring. Then, slowly, John reached into his coat. Blake's men tensed, hands moving to weapons, but John simply withdrew the envelope. "Smart choice," Blake said as one of his riders collected the documents. "Now, about your ranch." "Ain't selling," John interrupted flatly. "Those papers were copies. Originals are somewhere safe. You hurt me or my family, they find their way to every newspaper and marshal's office in 3 states. It was a bluff. Whitman had given him the only copies, but something in John's tone must have been convincing, because uncertainty flickered across Blake's face. "You're playing a dangerous game," the cattle baron warned. "Ain't playing anything, just protecting what's mine." John held Blake's gaze steadily. "Want to find out how far I'll go to keep doing that?" For a long moment, no one moved. Then Blake raised a hand, signaling his men to step back. "Seems we've reached an impasse," he said carefully. "Perhaps it's time to explore alternative arrangements." "Perhaps it is." They worked out terms there in the moonlight. A grudging truce born of mutual threat. Blake would leave John's ranch alone, and John would keep quiet about the land office documents. Neither man trusted the other, but both understood the price of breaking the agreement would be higher than either wanted to pay. As John rode home that night, he reflected on how close he'd come to reverting to his old ways. The weight of his gun had been so tempting, the urge to solve things with violence nearly overwhelming. But he'd found another path, using Blake's own corrupt methods against him. Abigail was waiting up when he arrived, worry evident in her features. "Thought you'd be back hours ago," she said, embracing him tightly. "Everything all right?" "Think it will be," John replied, holding her close. "Made an arrangement with Blake, he'll leave us be." She pulled back to study his face. "Didn't do anything foolish?" "No," he assured her. "Found a way to handle it proper, legal-like." The next few weeks brought subtle changes. Blake's men stopped watching the ranch. The hostility in town gradually faded as people realized John wasn't being driven out. Even Sheriff Wilson became almost cordial, though there was new respect mixed with wariness in his manner. Word spread that Blake was focusing his expansion efforts elsewhere, leaving the small ranches around Beecher's Hope alone. No one quite knew what had caused the change, but theories ranged from financial problems to pressure from powerful friends. John let them speculate. The truth was less dramatic but more satisfying. Sometimes a man could win without firing a shot, could protect his family through wit rather than violence. The young outlaw he'd once been might not have understood that, but the rancher he'd become knew better. One evening, as summer faded toward autumn, John stood on his porch, watching the sunset paint the western sky in brilliant hues. Jack was helping Abigail with the dinner dishes while Uncle snored softly in his favorite chair. The peaceful domesticity of it all still amazed him sometimes. A rider approached along the main road, Seth Miller, returning from a day's work on his own spread. The old rancher raised a hand in greeting as he passed. "Evening, John. Cattle's looking mighty fine this year." "Yours too," John called back. "Drop by for coffee sometime." Seth nodded, continuing homeward. The simple exchange meant more than the words themselves. Acceptance, belonging, the recognition that John Marston had earned his place in this community. Inside, Abigail was setting the table while Jack regaled her with stories from his latest book. John paused in the doorway, taking in the scene. This was what he'd fought to protect, not just land and cattle, but the chance to build something honest and true. "Coming in?" Abigail asked, noticing him watching. "Stew's getting cold." "Be right there," John replied, smiling. He took a final look at the darkening sky, remembering other times when violence had seemed the only answer. But he was different now, changed by love and responsibility, and the steady work of building rather than destroying. The door closed behind him, shutting out the wild lands beyond. Inside was warmth and family, the life he'd chosen over the seductive call of his outlaw past. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but John Marston would face them as a rancher and family man, the person he'd fought so hard to become. And if trouble came again, he'd handle it the same way, with wit and determination rather than gunsmoke and violence. Because that's what it meant to build something worth keeping, something that would last beyond the temporary satisfaction of revenge or pride. The evening passed peacefully, filled with quiet conversation and shared moments. Later, as John checked the property one final time before bed, he paused to listen to the night sounds, cattle lowing softly in the pasture, crickets chirping, the distant cry of a coyote, the sounds of home. This was his legacy now, not the notorious tales of his outlaw days. This ranch, this family, this honest life carved from difficult soil. He'd fought for it with something stronger than bullets, the unwavering conviction that a man could change, could build instead of destroy, could find redemption in the simple act of doing what was right. The stars emerged one by one, eternal witnesses to the endless stories of the American West. But tonight they looked down on a different kind of hero, not a gunslinger or outlaw, but a rancher standing watch over his land, protecting something more precious than gold or glory, a future built on hope and honest work. The weeks that followed brought a peaceful rhythm to life at Beecher's Hope. John focused on preparing the ranch for the coming winter, mending fences, storing hay, ensuring their livestock were healthy enough to weather the cold months ahead. It was hard work, but satisfying in a way his former life had never been. Even Uncle seemed infected by the spirit of industry, spending more time helping with chores than napping in his usual spots. The old man had developed an unexpected talent for spotting sick cattle early, saving them considerable veterinary expenses. One crisp autumn morning, as John and Jack worked together breaking a young horse, they heard riders approaching from the direction of Blackwater. John tensed briefly, old habits dying hard, but relaxed when he recognized Seth Miller leading a small group of local ranchers. "John," Seth called out cheerfully, "got a proposition for you, if you've got time to hear it." After ensuring Jack had the horse well in hand, John walked over to greet his neighbors. Besides Seth, he recognized Thomas Parker and William Hayes, both respected ranchers who'd previously kept their distance. "We've been talking," Seth continued, "about forming a proper ranchers association, help coordinate cattle drives, negotiate better prices at market, maybe even pool resources for emergency support during hard times." John listened carefully as they outlined their plan. The association would give smaller ranchers more leverage when dealing with the larger cattle operations, while providing mutual aid during crises. "Thing is," Thomas Parker added, "we need someone who understands both sides of the fence, so to speak. Someone who can handle themselves if things get rough, but who's also got a stake in keeping things legal and proper. We'd like you to help lead it," Seth finished. "Be one of the founding members." The offer stunned John momentarily. These men knew his past, yet they were trusting him with a position of responsibility in their community. It represented something he'd never dared hope for: true acceptance, not just tolerance. "Need some time to think on it," he said finally. "Discuss it with my family." "Of course," Seth replied. "Meeting next Saturday at my place, if you're interested. Bringing the wives too. Make a proper social of it." As they rode away, John noticed Jack watching him with obvious pride. The boy had grown so much lately, not just in height, but in understanding. "You're going to do it, aren't you, Pa?" Jack asked. John smiled, ruffling his son's hair. "What do you think I should do?" Jack considered seriously. I think you should. Uncle Seth and them, they're offering more than just a job. They're offering to be real neighbors, like in my books." "When did you get so wise?" John asked, half joking but partly serious. "Ma says I get it from her side," Jack grinned. That evening, John discussed the offer with Abigail as they sat on the porch watching the sunset. She listened quietly, understanding the significance of what was being offered. "It's a risk," she said finally. "More responsibility means more chances for things to go wrong. But," she squeezed his hand, "it's also a chance to build something bigger than just our ranch. To help make things better for everyone." "Including Blake's people?" John asked pointedly. "Especially them. Man like that, he stays powerful because folks feel they've got no choice but to work for him. Give them alternatives, support when times are hard." She smiled. "Well, that's a different kind of revolution than Dutch ever thought of." The wisdom in her words struck John deeply. He'd spent years following Dutch dreams of fighting the system through violence and chaos. But maybe the real way to change things was through building connections, creating structures that helped people help themselves. Saturday's meeting at Seth's ranch drew a surprisingly large crowd. Nearly every small rancher in the region attended, along with their families. As children played in the yard and women exchanged recipes and gossip, the men gathered in Seth's barn to discuss their plans. John found himself drawn into the center of the conversations. His suggestions about organizing mutual defense patrols and establishing fair practices for water rights were met with approval. Even his past proved an asset. His experience with both sides of the law helped them anticipate and plan for potential problems. "Might be trouble," William Hayes observed during a quiet moment. "Blake won't like us organizing." "Let him dislike it," Thomas Parker responded. "Nothing illegal about ranchers working together. Long as we keep everything proper and above board, law's on our side." "Law ain't always enough," someone muttered. "No," John agreed, "but community is. Blake's powerful because he keeps us divided, dependent on his goodwill. Together, we're stronger than his money or his guns." The meeting continued late into the evening, working out details and responsibilities. By the time families began heading home, the framework of their association was firmly established. John had been voted onto the leadership council, along with Seth and 3 others. As John and his family rode home under starlit skies, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This was how real change happened, not through the barrel of a gun, but through people coming together, supporting each other, building something lasting. Abigail must have sensed his thoughts. "Proud of you," she said softly. "Finding a way to fight that don't involve shooting." "Learned from the best," he replied, smiling at her. "You always said there were better ways." The first test of the association came sooner than expected. Winter arrived early that year, bringing bitter cold and heavy snow. Several smaller ranches found themselves short on feed, their cattle at risk. The association mobilized quickly. Those with surplus hay shared with those in need. Strong hands volunteered to help repair storm-damaged buildings. When Blake raised his prices for winter grazing rights, the association members worked together to find alternatives. Word spread beyond their immediate area. Other small ranchers approached about joining, bringing new resources and ideas. Some of Blake's own workers began asking quiet questions about opportunities with association members. The cattle baron's response was predictable. Pressure increased on association members, supplies delayed, contracts cancelled, veiled threats delivered. But the ranchers held firm, supporting each other through each challenge. One cold morning, John arrived at his barn to find Blake himself waiting. The cattle baron had aged visibly since their last confrontation, though his eyes remained sharp as ever. "Quite the operation you've built," Blake said without preamble, "turning my own methods against me, organizing, supporting each other, creating alternatives to my assistants." "Ain't against you," John replied carefully, "just trying to help folks survive. By weakening my position, making it harder to maintain order." Blake studied him thoughtfully. "You've learned, Marston. Learned that real power isn't in violence, but in giving people choices they didn't have before. But what brings you here, trying to shut us down?" Blake laughed softly. "Actually, I came to make an offer. Your association is growing, gaining influence. Could be useful to have friendly relations with more established operations." John considered the implications. Blake was offering a partnership of sorts, recognition and cooperation in exchange for moderating the association's impact on his interests. "Have to discuss it with the council," he said finally. "Ain't my decision alone." "Of course." Blake mounted his horse smoothly despite his age. "Times are changing, Mr. Marston. Smart men change with them." He tipped his hat. "Good day to you." The council met that evening at John's ranch to discuss Blake's offer. Opinions were divided. Some saw opportunity in cooperation, others suspected a trap. "Could be useful," Seth admitted. "His influence, his connections, if he's genuine about working together." "Big if," Thomas Parker countered. "Man like that don't change easy." John listened to the debate, remembering his own journey from outlaw to rancher. "Maybe he ain't changed," he said finally, "but maybe he sees which way the wind's blowing. World's different now, can't rule by force alone anymore." They discussed late into the night before reaching a decision. They would accept Blake's offer of cooperation, but on their terms, maintaining their independence while working toward mutual benefits. The agreement proved surprisingly successful. Blake's experience and connections, combined with the association's grassroots support, created new opportunities for everyone. Over time, the old antagonism faded, replaced by a cautious but functional partnership. Years later, John stood once again on his porch, watching the sun set over his land. The ranch had prospered, as had the association. Jack was nearly grown now, talking about college, a dream that once would have seemed impossible for an outlaw's son. Abigail joined him, wrapping her arms around his waist. "Penny for your thoughts?" "Just thinking about choices," he replied. "All the different ways things could have gone. How fighting ain't always about guns and violence." She nestled closer. "You found a better way. Helped others find it too." The truth of her words settled deep in his heart. He had found a better way, not just for himself, but for an entire community. The legacy he'd leave wouldn't be tales of gunfights and robbery, but of people coming together, building something worthwhile. As darkness settled over Beecher's Hope, lights began appearing in distant windows. Other ranches, other families, all part of the community they'd built together. This was his true redemption, John realized. Not in dramatic gestures or noble sacrifices, but in the quiet work of making the world a little better, day by day. The night air carried the peaceful sounds of cattle lowing in the distance, crickets chirping their eternal song, and somewhere far off, a coyote calling to its mate. Sounds of the land he'd learned to love, the home he'd fought to protect, the life he'd chosen to live. John Marston, former outlaw turned rancher, stood in the growing darkness and knew that he had finally found his place in the world. Not through the barrel of a gun or the weight of gold, but through the strength of community and the power of choosing a better path. The stars emerged one by one, eternal witnesses to the endless stories of the American West. But tonight, they looked down on a different kind of victory. Not one through violence or cunning, but through the patient work of building something that would last long after the gun smoke cleared and the legends faded. This was his legacy, and it was enough. And so, partner, as our tale rides off into the sunset, it's time for you to rest your weary bones beneath the endless prairie sky. Let the sounds of the West be your lullaby tonight, from the gentle crackle of the campfire to the soft prairie winds and the distant song of nightbirds, all flowing uninterrupted, with no advertisements to break the peace of your slumber. Sweet dreams, cowpoke, and may your trail lead to peaceful pastures tonight.